Okay. Give me just a moment.
Yeah.
Get my stuff ready.
Finally alive.
A murder mystery. Fun.
I got all my dice. I'm ready.
Excellent.
Because we're like, make sure you get those death roll dice out.
We're not dying, you goof.
No, it's not for dying. It's
For not dying.
it's for how much we age while we're in this jail cell. Roll me a D100.
Not
Yeah, that's how many
funny.
years you age before you're released.
100 years have passed, and my brother and I have discovered the new.
Oh, they're become bone.
I do have good news for you guys, though. I rolled a D20 to see how good our game would be, and it got a D20. I got a 20. So good
That's
game.
twice now.
No, that was the one I was referencing to. I mean, I could roll again, but this one would depict the game, and I don't think I want to roll again.
We always have good games.
Oh yeah, I mean, almost always. We try.
We try.
So,
The funny thing is, I'm actually having Senku, because he's got such a high intelligence, make a map for the guy, accounting the events of the day.
well, you're not going to be able to do that behind bars.
What, with a piece of paper and a pencil?
You have to ask for a piece of paper and a pencil first, and there's no guarantee they're going to provide you that.
Like,
I'm guessing there's no magic dampening field in these cells.
There probably is.
You'll have to find out in just a moment, because to recap.
Yes, recap. Always recap.
Yes. You guys are, as the player of Senku pointed out, in a bit of a murder mystery.
A whodunit, if you will.
You finished your conversation with Julian Luna. More so, it was interrupted by an alarm spell going off because somebody tried to enter the vault beneath the Great Library, the Bibliotheca Heretica, which was draconic for
Library of Heretics.
Yep. Which is full
or
of
forbidden knowledge.
Yes. Yep. Knowledge that the world isn't ready for, or needs to be protected. You found a body holding a book that was classified as a tome of clear thought, a borderline legendary magic item that upon reading it, your intelligence, your current and maximum intelligence both increase by 2. It's a book that magically makes you smarter.
Beautiful.
Indeed. And there are many such secret and magical tomes.
We immediately had our suspicions right then and there.
Yes. So the guard captain said he would take the body to a morgue, and that you could go about your business. So Nyxor was the one who suggested that perhaps you explore and see if you couldn't discern any weaknesses or find anything suspicious. In your exploration, you wandered down a very narrow and dark alley and found a body of the guard captain to whom you were speaking. Flags went up. You then you then went to the morgue, where this body was being dropped off, and had a brief conversation with the mortician, who was completely forthcoming and honest, insofar as you could discern. You then went to the local precinct, spoke with a rookie receptionist. He told you he was this guard captain was responding to just a civil dispute, and with some coercion, he gave you the location. You got there, saw that he was initially, in fact, mediating between two neighbors, and upon getting closer, you saw that he struck one of them, knocking him over. This prompted a more serious response.
After Perrin and Nyxor saw something metal when he was putting up the weapon.
You drew a weapon and you saw a glint of metal, which prompted a more detailed response, more pronounced response from you. He first attempted to speak with you. Then he attempted to flee. You stopped him.
Hey,
and
it has to be given a Senku for spotting the transmutation and the massive conjuration that was going up.
Yes.
After Nyxor singed him with a bunch of lightning.
Yes, there was all of that too. Ultimately, he escaped, and shortly after his escape, you found yourselves arrested by some of his subordinate constabulary. You rather wisely cooperated, and these officers were not, fools. They were willing to they were willing to hear your side of the story. They allowed you to lead them to where you found you found this body.
Where we find the body of the librarian Stiff, who was supposed to be at the morgue.
Indeed. And from there, you were again apprehended. You gave no resistance, and we will pick up with you guys being escorted into a fairly large cell. You are all together. All of your weapons and equipment has been confiscated. You are still, of course, decent in terms of clothing.
They probably took my notebook.
They definitely took your notebook.
Well, we're basically
And
just have the clothes on our back.
What the fuck is this thing in there? What is that?
I thought they'd be going through it all.
No, they're very meticulous in the fact that they don't do that. Like as they are confiscating, they're wearing gloves, so as not to get their fingerprints on anything. They are very thorough. In fact, Senku, you can't help but be kind of impressed at their meticulousness, at how smooth they are, how smoothly they are operating. But nonetheless, you are escorted into a large cell, and the first thing you notice as you step through, you're in an anti-magic field.
Oh, crap.
Big iron doors slam shut, and the guard, one of the guards who locks it, pulls the key out and says, "Someone will be along with food in about 2 hours."
Okay.
Now, he leans in and says, "I know this looks bad, but please don't worry. We're gonna see that you're treated properly. To that end, if you have requests for food, we'll see to it."
Naxor will just nod.
So,
thank you for the hospitality. Even under interesting conditions.
He actually bows and says, "I've heard of some of the stuff you've done, and just you're heroes. But you gotta let it. Sometimes you gotta take a back seat. We'll get this sorted out."
Fair.
And you see Senku deep in thought, like he's mulling over everything.
Actually, is just gonna. Are there any barred windows?
Yes, there are.
I think he's just gonna be staring out of that, kind of looking up in the sky.
Pippin's kind of so bored. Is there anything in the cell?
Not really.
There are 4 cots. And there are the rest of the PCs.
Pippin's
there are 6 cots.
Okay, Pippin's he has his fingers. He's trying to cast different spells. All of which is just prestidigitation. He's just it's not working.
It's
actually,
in the meantime, Senku's deep in thought, pacing in an odd pattern.
You might hear Naxor speak a weird language. Might not know.
Druidic
language.
Yes. I posted it.
Nobody should know that, so
no one's gonna know what he's saying.
But awesome that you've actually said that.
Awesome.
Nestor just sort of slumps down and says, "Senku, if you keep pacing like that, you're gonna wear a hole in the floor."
And we literally just have the clothes on our backs?
Yes.
And I'm betting some of the guards are seeing Senku's pacings and seeing him muttering to himself like he's thinking.
I just think of hold on, where's the GIF?
These are This is the look of a man who is deep in thought.
This right here. This right here. Mutters in Deku.
That's brilliant.
I hope some of you have seen My Hero Academia.
It's in my wish list.
I haven't, but I know a decent amount about it.
Whenever the main character gets distracted or gets too far in thought, or like if most recently, somebody asks him, I see that you named some of your superhero moves off of name famous superhero. Why do you do that? And he's like super nervous, and then all of a sudden, mutter, explanation, blah 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 blah. Yeah.
But yeah, it's basically mutters in Deku, but instead it's mutters in Senku, and he is focused.
I don't think you can focus that much. You don't got the magic power.
Senku.
You don't have your belt of intelligence.
Senku. You're
It's
gonna
not
drill a hole in your brain if you think that hard.
Strength.
Oh.
I already
who
have
has
a
them all.
natural 20 intelligence.
Yep, he is peak levels. He has peak level intellect.
Nice.
Big brain.
He is the Stephen Hawking of this.
Tornado siren.
And Pippin's over here, like, his constitution's back down. He lost like 50 hit points. Right now, Pippin, let's see, he has a +1 in constitution. So he loses, was it 36 hit points? Something like that. So I'm like sub 100 right now. I'm at
I
90 hit
think
points.
if they took my belt, my strength goes down to what? It was like 15 or something like that.
Yeah, but I promise you're not going to have to worry too much about those.
I'll say that, and
Yeah.
it doesn't matter. Anti-magic field.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Thus, it doesn't matter if they took it or not. You don't have that.
Ooh, that would really suck for me.
So yeah, if you have anything,
Yeah, I could just imagine the guards looking at some of the designs for the tornado siren, like,
Well, they're not though.
They're not. They're
Yeah.
You saw those be put on a cart and carted away to what they call the evidence locker.
well, that's what I'm saying, that they're examining it.
They're not.
Oh,
They're just
They're-
taking our stuff.
Yeah, it's just
They're-
put
they're-
away.
They're taking it and they're taking it and they're securing it.
for further examination later.
I doubt it.
Evidence. If they read it, if they examine it, they potentially contaminate it.
True.
All right, well, I guess I'll just
We're
investigate
just
the room,
gonna-
see if there's anything Pippin can do to pass the time.
Other than right onto Nixler's back.
Pippin hops on a Nixor, like knocks on his head. What the heck are you saying?
Oh. He's just gonna like look
Where
at
the
you
heck
like,
did my dice go? There's a couple.
oh,
I mean, I'm not sure what the guards' reactions are to Senku pacing and muttering.
they're probably used to it, buddy.
Yeah.
They ain't paying any attention to the prisoners.
And to
Pippin's just
answer your question,
dreadfully bored.
yeah, it's about my mother.
Oh.
This is like the first time you guys ever
You just
hear
kinda, like,
him talk about anything about his family.
he's just like, oh, I want to go. He's gonna like actually investigate the room. Isn't like anything at all to do in here.
there are 6 cots. There are 4 walls. There are 2 barred windows higher up. Everything's made out of stone.
Is there a guard nearby?
There is, yes.
I'm gonna request a harmonica.
I don't think they have those.
I mean, they have instruments, but
the guard looks at you, smiles, and says, you're right, we don't have one of those, but I think we can arrange that. And he shouts. Another guard shows up. He whispers in the other guard's ear. The guard turns, smiles, sort of nods his head, and then walks away.
I could
wheeze.
Well,
yes, the prison harmonica.
Could I get an instrument too?
Turns back and says, "So that's 2 harmonicas? I think I can arrange that."
I'm not a bard, but I got some performance.
At which point, you hear a huge. Actually, you guys can all roll me perception checks.
Oh, fun.
Perception.
I need to do a quick check.
21.
I told you it was going to be a good day.
What? Did you get a nat 20?
I did.
Well, I got it.
Well, to the contrary, Kayla got a nat 1.
Oh, no. Well, I got a 28. Almost a nat 20.
Got a 16.
Nice. Kayla has a 10. Pippin has a 23.
Awesome. So everyone hears a bit of a commotion erupt from down the hall and upstairs, and most of it is pleasant, like gasps in surprise and cheers, and you even hear a few whistles and almost cat calls.
Oh.
Senku pauses. The hell?
I feel like
could we tell if that's our buddy Fade Coda's music?
You do not hear music.
Oh,
It's just like Senku's got this whole WTF look on his face.
How far apart are the bars?
Pippin.
Pippin!
I want to go see what's up.
6 inches?
He's looking for every possible way to get out of here.
Pippin, I will bonk you. Out of character, of course.
No, that you say that, Senku, and Nestor smiles and says, "I'm inclined to agree with Brainiac. You know, way world that we might just be guilty."
I'm trying to get out. I'm just bored. He's like standing at the bar, just like. He has no magic to entertain himself with. Like, you see him use prestidigitation all the time to do stupid stuff. And, like, that's just his go-to. He's like, here, just... Ah! I can't even teleport! I can't even float! Why can't I float? Like, can a small creature fit through a 6-inch wide bar? He's 2 foot 7 inches tall. That's
Pippin?
well, that's not.
No.
That's actually not. That's actually pretty far apart, but you might be able to.
I will bonk
Get
you.
stuck.
Okay, Senku, don't get too mad again.
So you do hear footsteps echoing down the corridor, and you hear a fairly familiar voice say, "What in the name of sanity are you doing behind bars?" As Headmistress Lorenta enters your view.
Oh,
Lorenta, I think we've been
We-
framed.
We're just.
Yeah.
Well, we're just collaborating. We're just working with the guards because we think one of their head captains. We think he's a bad guy. He's being stupid. We found his dead body, but he's still alive. So we went to confront him. He teleported away, and then somebody said that we were assaulting him. So now we're here, and we're just waiting for them to get back to us and tell us, "Hey, you're guilty." Ugh. I'm stuck here without magic.
Senku looks at
Right,
the rest
sort
of the group and says, they are likely going to question us. It's not going to be an interrogation, though, unless we don't end up cooperating, so I suggest we all end up
Senku, like we're gonna lie to them. We're working with them.
I know.
They'd still question us.
They can question us all they want.
That's exactly what a bad guy would say. What if I am guilty?
I
I'm
know.
myself.
I know.
Roman's
Me
making
and
me go
Perrin
crazy.
know what we saw. It's a big old ruse with him. Think we're being set up.
Anyway, what are you doing here, Lorenta?
Yeah, what are you doing here?
Well, I received a very interesting missive about an hour ago that heroes who have assisted the Lehazar principalities in Decanus and assisted the settlements of Decanus, the capital, saved my life, and even slew a dragon, were behind bars for assaulting an officer of the law.
He's not
Thing
an
is-
officer of the law.
Thing is, we have reason to believe there may be something more going on here, because
More than a reason. I believe he's a cultist. And he's playing a ruse.
Indeed.
yeah, because we ended up finding a dead body in the alleyway, and
We know what we saw. It was
Him.
the dead guard. That the cultist is playing as. And then, apparently, the body got switched out when we come back to look for it. We're being set up.
I think that's only part of the story, guys.
Naxor is just like breathing.
Lorenta raises an eyebrow and says, "Oh."
Think about it. What does the cult want more than anything? To get us out of the way.
We've been a thorn in their side for a very long time. And I think this is the way they're trying to get rid of us.
It's the only thing that really makes sense. The only possibility that I could see that makes the most sense as of right now. The cult wants us out of the way, and the best way to do that without raising too many eyebrows is to set us up for a, quote, crime.
A crime which they have to know you would ultimately be exonerated for.
Yes, but it gets us out of the way.
Even briefly.
They're planning something.
It's just too perfect. It's all just too perfect.
Indeed. So now, the question that must be asked is, for what purpose? You would clearly, either the cult is incredibly desperate, or they only need you out of the way for a proverbially short period of time.
That's the thing.
That's the thing we don't know yet.
We were talking with Julian Luna, and we came across some very disturbing information.
You say that name, she scoffs.
Oh. What do you know about Panjal Kutra?
I know he was an ancient and powerful Rakshasa artificer who's been dead these past 4 centuries. No resurrection spell can bring him back.
Interesting.
That's what concerns me.
Yeah, this cult wants him back.
Yeah, this cult wants him back either way. And when we were talking with him, we found some information that might actually be disturbing. If they resurrect you know of the whole dealio with Yansi Bin, right?
I am aware of the entity, the god of evil air elementals, or I should say, the ruler of evil air elementals.
And you probably also know about Lametta Tempesta.
She looks at you and says, "Gesundheit."
Naxor would just snicker a little bit.
She shrugs and says, "My knowledge lies in the arcane, not in the religious."
Is there some sort of spell that would allow a group of members to gain a certain amount of power to resurrect someone, even if they'd been dead for 4 centuries using dark arts?
Lorenta, you see Lorenta, stand there, very deep in thought. She mutters in Deku. She mutters in Deku for 2 full minutes.
Random thing. Pippin could theoretically fit through the bars.
Pippin, I'm going to
Pippin!
Because of the squeezing rule and the size of, because he's a small creature.
I'm going to bonk you.
And a tiny
Nightsword will literally grab you by the scruff.
He's speaking hypothetically.
Very hypothetically. Because, if a tiny creature is at its max height of 2 feet 5 inches tall, which Pippin's only 2 foot 7 inches, so then their waist would be about 5 to 6 inches in depth. So let me go 162 to 29. So he could squeeze and fit through the bars, but
Loretta mutters in Deku, and she continues to do so for about 2 minutes.
This is like what Pippin's muttering. He's like, "Can I fit through him or can I not? I don't want to try if I get stuck."
Before ultimately she turns back to you and says, "Not by any magic that I'm aware of. I mean, the heroes of 4 centuries ago did things with magic that were for all intents and purposes impossible. They discovered secrets that were so earth-shattering. They changed the way we cast spells, but we just there's no magic that I know of that could reach back across 4 centuries." I mean, even the gods themselves would be pressed to achieve a feat like that.
Just as a hypothetical, though, if the cult managed to say find some way to do this, that would not be good.
Yeah, think?
No, it would not be, but it is not possible.
They could have found a way, but who knows?
I can show you texts that would prove through formulas and equations that it is not possible. And you hear another voice that says, "Oh, please, headmistress, we both know there's one thing you're overlooking." And you recognize this voice too.
Who's this?
Lorenta turns starkly to the left, and she scoffs. She scoffs and rolls her eyes, like, "Ah, they'll let anyone visit prisoners these days." As Julian Luna comes into view.
Who's that?
Hello, Luna.
The archivist you were speaking to when this whole thing popped off.
Hello,
right.
sir.
He looks at you, he bows a bit and says, "You're wise to cooperate with the officers of the law, even though you could kill them all with your pinky." He then turns and says, "Lorenta, you and I both know everything that's going on here, why the cult is here, why they have gone to these lengths to imprison these heroes and what their ultimate objectives are. And she stiffens and says, I am a member of the governing council. I cannot interfere I cannot interfere in affairs of the law. On top of that, I have taken and sworn an oath in the presence of Sister Superior Justine Galadath, former Cyrian King Valen Galadath, and former Chief Executive Officer of the Norlean government, Dazillion Thunderspark. I cannot share that information.
Hey, Miss Lorenta, I know this is going to seem like a little bit of a lowly request, but you think you could... I know you can't interfere in matters of the law, but there's something bugging me about the whole situation. The morgue and all.
She looks at you, raises an eyebrow a bit, and says, "Peace."
It's regarding the dead body in the alleyway. We found a dead body of the guard captain. Then a few hours later, we go back in to lead the constabulary to the alleyway where we found the body, only to find that the body of the librarian was there instead. Something's bugging me about that entire switch up. And I know it might seem like a lowly request, but could you please go to the morgue and ask maybe if there was some switch up happening somewhere where bodies were removed unexpectedly, or if any bodies never made it?
She gets a thin smile forms on her lips, and says, I cannot interfere with this criminal investigation. However, I can appeal to the officers to do so on your behalf. And I will absolutely do that.
Thank you.
And she and Julian stare at each other. And everyone can roll insight.
Okay.
Ooh, hey, what are the things?
Alrighty.
I think Letha's still sleeping.
That's a 5.
That's a 15. I didn't do too bad. But
it's the second single-digit roll I've had today.
Let's see.
A dirty 20.
Yeah, I know nothing.
So
I got
a
6.
15.
Okay, I'll get to the results of that 15 in just a second. Lorenta stares, almost glares at Julian. And she just sort of stiffens up like she always does, raises her nose ever so slightly, and with a grace not often seen in the elderly, walks past, her robes billowing ever so slightly. Julian sort of slumps against the wall and smiles. And Senku, you can join me in the DM chat briefly.
Ooh.
Oh, what? I got a dirty 20. How's it going, Pat?
All right.
That's good. Type. What about my dirty 20?
Oh, okay. Hold that up, Senku. I apologize, Thunder. DM chat. So, as Julian and Lorenta were almost glaring at each other. You could tell that they do not like one another.
Oh.
Pretty sure it has to do with the fact that Julian used to be in league with a god of secrets. Like, he knows things that he is not supposed to know. And there was a begrudging, you could tell, like, it was almost like Lorenta begrudgingly and through like subtle like facial gestures and shifts in the head, it was saying, I can't tell these people what I believe is the situation, but if I leave, I can't stop you. So with that, let's get back to the party.
We're back.
Yo.
So Julian sort of slumps against the far wall and just shakes his head. And you hear, like, he lets out a long sigh. It's like, "Whew." He looks up and says, I have just a little bit more respect for that woman. At which point he looks at you guys and says, I can't clear your names, but I can tell you the library has gotten a massive security reinforcement. If I had to guess, Lorenta's headed there now. She's one of 5 people that have access to the Bibliotheca Heretica and the secrets therein. This is not something that gets shared. If anyone asks you where you heard this information, it wasn't from me.
Right.
This is something you do not let slip under the most extreme tortures. This is not even something you share with your gods when you march through whatever gateways into the afterlife. Give me your word on that now, or I give me your word on that now, or I don't say a sentence.
You got it.
Night Sir will nod and and you got it.
In the vaults beneath the Great Library, there exists 2 tomes. The 2, each tome, they're halves of one another. Light and dark, night and day. Within each is a single incantation to combine those tomes into the single most powerful book of spells ever written. The heroes of the past referred to it simply as the gateway to eternity.
Lovely.
One does not need be a spellcaster to recite the incantations within this book. More to the point, the book allows for restructuring of the phrases and incantations therein to manipulate and distort their initial effects.
Out of character, you said Gateway to Eternity?
Correct.
Cool.
And he turns to one side, and everyone can roll me a perception check.
Oh, 28.
There we go. That's a 28.
Leafa's got a 17.
Okay.
Pippin's got a 6. Passive perception?
No.
Darn.
23.
23 is good. So, seeing as how 3/4 is playing Leafa and Pippin at the moment, I'm not going to send him to the DM chat, but as Julian says this, he turns sideways and sort of shifts, puts his hands in his pockets, and as he pulls his hand out, you can see a set of thieves' tools sticking out.
Okay.
He's gonna try to get us out, ain't he?
Roll insight.
Yeah, I already did. 23.
Anyone who wishes can roll insight.
Oh, why not?
Oh, insight?
Well,
Okay.
I guess it was my turn eventually.
My insight's a 13.
I natted.
Oh, jeez.
20. Nat freaking 20.
And Leafa?
Right.
Oh, hold on.
Oh, she nat 22.
Okay.
Nat 20.
Add another 20 to that.
Good lord.
I told you today was going to be the day of nat 20s. What did I say?
Hi!
I can't hear them say hi, but I'm assuming they're saying hi.
Yes, they're saying
Hello!
Hello, guys.
She's assuming correctly.
Yeah.
So,
How's it going?
Not too bad. How about you guys?
We're good.
It's the night of the nat
Are you
20s,
having
that's
a
for
good
sure.
game?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm gonna go heat up my other hamburger. Do you want me to heat yours up for you?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay.
I'll make us some snacks.
I've already made. Made some really.
Bye bye.
Made some really delicious. What's it called? Oh, shoot.
Chicken Alfredo.
Chicken Alfredo.
Oh gosh, I love chicken Alfredo.
I know.
Oh my!
Everything. I made the sauce by hand as well.
Oh,
Delicious.
I love Alfredo. Oh,
I knew there was a reason I liked you, Thunder.
that's the stuff, man. Oh,
And Pat, did I hear you affirmatively
Yes.
declare? Okay, I knew there was a reason I liked you too.
Affirmatively grunts.
Grunt because the fact that the dining hall here decides to do just Alfredo and not chicken Alfredo.
Oh, chicken Alfredo. It's even chicken and broccoli Alfredo. Oh.
See, when I was in college,
Okay.
my dining hall, the one dining hall that did Alfredo, didn't do chicken in it either. But that same dining hall also did chicken patties or like chicken sandwiches. So
I mean, they do,
Nice.
but it's not quite the same having to mix it.
Still delicious as far as I was concerned. But it's not the same, but it's better than just regular Alfredo.
Oh, yeah.
But neither here nor there. With regards to your insight checks,
Everybody natted pretty much.
everybody did pass. He cannot break you out, or he has no intention of breaking you out. He has every intention of supplying you with the tools to free yourselves.
Oh.
Has Pippin noticed yet?
Actually, yeah, Pippin is the one in the PC who failed.
So he's like, "Why are you guys acting so weird?" Oh. I didn't realize there was a weird miscoloration on these bars. I mean,
We're still gonna cooperate with the law.
So Julian continues and says, if there was one thing that could achieve the cult's that could achieve the cult's objectives, it is that book. However, that book is really 2 books under the heaviest guard imaginable. And he even turns and you see a genuine smile and says, even you 6 would be hard pressed to breach the security now that it's been sufficiently reinforced.
good. Don't want anybody to get in there to get to it.
And basically a look of dawning comprehension on Senku's faces. Basically, his suspicions regarding that book, The Tome of Clear Thought, were indeed confirmed. And he actually has a sort of relieved look on his face temporarily.
Julian looks at you and says, I would be relieved too, knowing what I just told you. And then he sort of leans a little bit closer. And everyone hears a little bit of metal scraping on metal, and this time, Pip, your passive perception does notice the thieves' tools.
Oh, no.
Must resist. We want to work.
We want to work with the law.
Oh.
Pippin.
Yeah.
Yeah, Pippin is in his own little world.
I'm listening. Pippin's just like debating chaos or lesser chaos. I mean, I guess he'll take them.
But what if they? Oh no! What if they desert?
Pippin, I'm going to bonk you.
What?
You don't know what he's doing yet. You can't bonk him.
It's like, why are you going to bonk me? I have something to play with now.
That's
oh no!
Just walks through, unlocks the gate, walks out, locks you guys back in, and goes through unlocking all the empty cells.
Right. So, Pippin, I am going to need you to make a sleight of hand check.
For what? For grabbing
those thieves' tools.
Oh,
please
okay.
No.
I mean, it's a 28.
Okay. Now, also give me a stealth check.
That's standard, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's better. That's going to be a 25.
25?
Use one of my lucky dice.
Okay.
Let me guess. He passed both of them.
I don't think anybody has a passive perception of 25.
No.
Okay.
Ben's over here like, I got a passive perception, and I have like 23, but...
23 normally.
I got
but
18.
that's due to Wind Reaper. So it's down to like 21 right now.
Gotcha. Still a high passive perception. All right, I now have thieves' tools. I'm like, I've been looking for these.
Oh, damn it!
You can't say anything, Senku. You have no idea he even.
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny. He's just like, ooh, pockets. What'd you say, Pippin? Nothing.
So, with that, Julian looks at you and stares very seriously. Says, "Remember, this is a secret you share with nobody."
Got it.
What secret?
Pippin's like, I have a what you were saying. I was too busy.
Julian looks at you, Nyxor, points with a very big happy smile and says, "Exactly."
What secret ingredient?
Is it a secret ingredient of your secret ingredient soup?
Pippin like scratches his head and he's like, I'm actually confused. What secret?
Don't worry about it.
I got distracted.
And Julian walks away.
Oh.
Who wants to take the party's fate into their hands?
Oh god.
I love doing that.
By all means.
What are we rolling?
D100.
D100, that is correct.
All right, let me grab my D10. Where's my D10?
Let's see here.
Let's let the dice tower do its work. That is a 96.
Oh!
Please tell me this isn't one of those cases where it's a bad thing if you roll high.
Senku, can you stop? Stop
Don't
doing
get
that!
ideas.
Sorry.
We're just
It's
joking, man. Don't
D&D!
worry about it.
Nothing's gonna be good 1,000% of the time!
I
It's
know,
D&D.
I know.
We got a nice DM. It'll be good sometimes.
What do you mean you have a nice DM? You have a fair DM.
Yes, we have a nice DM we have a fair DM who's nice at storytelling. That's what he means.
And you can't and you can't tell a story without some
Suspense.
without some suspense and bad stuff happening. This is why The Empire Strikes Back is recognized as the best of the original Star Wars trilogy, and it's the one where the good guys lose handily.
Fair.
So that I need somebody to roll me a D4.
I'll roll it, I guess.
Go for it. I have my D4 ready if you don't like it.
This is not a matter of something you're gonna like or not. This is
A 2.
okay.
That's what I rolled.
You get a 2 regardless what you do.
He's like, I don't like that. 3/4. Sorry, bud.
It's a 2.
2 hours pass, and as promised, one of the guards does return, not with hardtack and prison rations, but with an actual proper meal. And one thing you guys really notice is when he comes in and presents you this meal, he is absolutely drenched.
I'm actually gonna look at him like, are you okay there? Did it rain on you or something?
He looks at you, and he gets this smile as he slips these boxes through the bars. He just says, "Wet flows drippingly from my everything."
I know the feeling because I walk and ride my bike to work, and no matter how hard it's raining, oh yeah, I know how it is. I know how it is.
Dripping from my everything.
Is
I
it
love
like
that comment.
Is it raining hard outside?
Oh yeah, it's one of those things that
I don't like that.
you didn't really notice because apparently there's some soundproofing as well. But you actually, at this point, you guys turn your attention to the windows instinctively, and yeah, it's raining. It's gone beyond raining cats and dogs to it's raining
Horseshoes and hand grenades.
It's just a ducks.
It's raining tacos.
It's cloudy with a chains of meatballs.
Raining tacos.
Thank you, 3/4. Now I want Taco Bell.
It's raining tacos.
Damn it! Now I want Taco Bell.
Yeah, they actually sounds good.
Tacos,
Churros.
rain, da, 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 da.
Have you had Taco Bell churros before?
Yes.
Those things
Oh,
are good.
is there a siren in this city?
Yes.
There are sirens in the city. Yes.
Okay, good.
Could
Not as worried.
I make a check to see the storm is going to
That's-
be one of those?
I was kind of thinking that as well.
The Perrin and Nyxor both can. You will be doing it at disadvantage because you only have two very small access points through which to view the sky, and you're not like physically out in it, so you can't feel the wind and all that fun stuff.
Yep, I don't know. I legitimately, on the first die, rolled as low as possible.
I rolled a nat 20 and then a 17. Still pretty good. That's 22.
Okay, Nyxor, please join me in the DM chat. Okay. So, yeah, you first like, wow, it's absolutely pouring, and then you and parents just start looking at each other, and it's kind of a case of, even though he rolled a nat 1. Actually, I'm just gonna drag him down here.
Oh, okay.
I
Hey,
drag him down here for roleplay purposes, Pat.
Alright.
Because even though you got a nat 1 on this, it's not like it's a case of you still sort of like, you and Nyxor both sort of look at each other and go to each of these two windows and are like straining and craning your necks up to look out of them, and you start talking back and forth and sharing your findings and stuff. And while it essentially comes down to, you're just not used to like looking out the window and predicting the weather, but you start like, Nyxor begins saying, "Okay, are you seeing this, that?" And you're saying, "Yes, yes." And yeah, it's gonna be bad.
And I was having a sneaking suspicion, regardless of the result of this, what if that's what they needed us in here for? They'd only need us in here briefly to take us out for longer than just a few hours, or even a few days.
Well, because Nyxor got such a insanely high check, you can tell. Yeah, he was able to sort of predict. Yeah, there is going to be there's going to be at least a few tornadoes associated with this storm, but like, you size it up and you're pretty like, if you were to hunker down here, this is a very large, sturdy building constructed of almost solid stone. It would take damage, certainly, but you're going like, if you were to just hunker down here, you are pretty sure that you are pretty sure this building could take a direct hit, and you'd survive, if not unscathed, with minor injuries. nothing a few first or second cure, nothing that beyond a few first or second level cure spells could fix.
It'll be a matter of getting us out of here. But yeah.
And with that, we can go back to the main group.
What's up?
There he is.
Experiencing technical difficulties. It's done the wrong thing like twice.
It's gonna be bad, guys. I don't like this. I don't like this at all.
Bad? On a scale of 1 to 10, how bad?
Well, the good news is about this is regardless of how bad it should be out there, this place is sturdy.
At which point, Senku, make me. I guess this would be a. I guess it'd just be a straight up intelligence check.
Come on, dice. Let me see a good 24. Holy crap!
Oh,
Okay.
we are rolling good today.
Senku, please join me in the DM chat.
He's already there.
He's already there.
Pippin, you're kind of quiet.
I'm here.
Is the guard still here?
A guard is still there. Yes, he is like passing you guys meals through your cells, and then he sees you guys, and he sort of sees he sort of sees you guys. Your faces turn to expressions of fear and concern, and he sees you, especially Senku, like darting around, examining your head darting around, examining everything. And ultimately, you breathe a bit of a sigh of relief. And he's like, "What's got your knickers in a twist? You all look like you've seen a ghost."
Hopefully not, but
that storm does not look good, and it may drop a. It's called a tornado. We've seen these things multiple times now. It's a swirling air mass. It looks like clouds dancing. And they're very destructive.
He shrugs and says, "Oh, I'm familiar with those. This city is fairly famous for one hitting here 420 years ago."
Some of the ones we've seen have been really on the higher end of the scale.
Yeah.
At that, he actually looks curious and is like, "There's a scale?"
We've seen everything from weak noodles all the way up to... You heard about what happened at Nessa, right?
Yeah, but it didn't sound like a tornado. It sounded like a different phenomenon. Are you telling me that was the same thing?
Yeah.
Just
Yeah,
Yes.
heavily rain wrapped, and hard to see. And just judging by how much rain is there, it's going to be really hard to see anything that does form in this.
he looks at you, passes the last of the meals through the bars, and says, I will tell the captain to begin preparing for search and rescue operations. Thank you for this information. And he smiles and says, this will go a long way to inspiring trust.
Get as many people to safety, please. For us. For our sakes.
Pay it and have somebody man the siren. And
He looks at you, Pip, and says, that's not under police jurisdiction, but as ordered by Queen Mira of New Syre and Headmistress Lorenta, they are manned at all times.
Good.
Thank God.
So, yeah, it falls more under the jurisdiction of the town criers, but
okay,
I'll put in a message to that guild and make sure there's and make sure they're being manned immediately.
that's a relief to hear. And question for the DM: Has us been being trapped in this cell at all been considered a short rest? So we haven't really been doing much except for talking.
Yeah, I mean, you've essentially had 2 hours pass, so yeah, you could have considered that a short rest.
Like it's gonna do anything because it's anti-magic.
Well, I still get my spell slots back.
True.
This is true.
You just can't cast anything.
No, I just want to make sure I have them back. Those things they're pricey.
All right.
Okay.
So,
did they ever bring those harmonicas?
Yes, he did. Within these meal packages, the ones he gave for you and Nexor do each have a harmonica.
Sick.
Yeah. Actually,
So it's like, I wonder if these can be made into like makeshift set of thieves' tool. Looks over at Senku.
Just looks at him.
This time it's Nestor who begins pacing back and forth.
What's the matter?
Okay.
You okay there, buddy?
No, I'm not. Let's review what we know. We've been framed, obvious, because the prevailing theory is the cult needs us out of the way. Why? Because they want to attempt to get at something in that vault, which, and he like strains his neck to like look as the guard walks away and comes back. We know there's not one, but there's the single most powerful book of spells ever written in there that Lorenta is under oath from legendary heroes not to utter a single word about.
I mean, Do you want to go check out the library? Do you need somebody like escort you there?
We're going to cooperate with the law, Pippin.
I just said somebody else could escort him there. What's the problem with asking? Been with your
We
group
need-
for several months now. And you still don't trust me.
We need to protect those tomes from the cultists any way we can.
I mean, I could ask if they'd be willing to escort you over to take a look. I mean, just for peace of mind. I don't know. Probably won't do it, but
Wait. What would be the best way to deal with the security of the library in one fell swoop and potentially get rid of us?
tornado.
Indeed.
Yeah, that's
They can't get rid of us in here, but the library, on the other hand.
Oh boy.
This is not good, guys.
So
this is why they framed us.
Pippin, wait, is there anybody in the hallway?
At the moment, no. At that moment, Nestor just begins screaming at the top of his lungs, "Guards! Guards!" And he kicks the
What the hell's gotten into you?
guard.
Pippin's like, closes the door.
No, he didn't do it.
No, I just rolled a nat 20 to unlock the door. That's what I was getting to. It was like,
forget you did anything, okay?
No, it's fine. Nestor does that, and then he sees you, and it's like, oh.
Pippin just shuts the door like, it's not worth it now.
The look on Nestor's face is one of,
He's like, fine, you don't want the door. You don't want my help. Closes the door.
Hold on, can you show that look again, Sen?
It's just like, hold on, guard. You don't need to shout. Jeez, you're gonna give me a migraine. Pippin just, walks out, closes the door behind him, and just walks down.
No, Pippin, I will bonk you.
What just happened?
I will bonk you.
Nestor flings the door open, clang, makes a loud banging noise, and Senku, we'll worry about that later.
You do realize this is a prison place, right?
DM's like, crap, I can't let him derail me again.
Oh, I apologize. I misunderstood what you said. I misinterpreted that. So you go to close the door. Nestor grabs it and flings it open. It just clang, bangs against the side. Thank you. There's way more at stake here.
Senku, we're still working with them, but we need to protect that area at all cost. Even I don't care if we get more in trouble from this. We need to do what we must to stop this.
How far out is the anti-magic field?
Once you exit the bars, you feel your magic return.
Can I see out the window from through the room?
You
would it be enough for teleport?
The short answer is yes.
Okay,
but
and
make an intelligence check, Pip.
I think Naxor could do the same thing.
19.
Pip, please join me in the DM chat.
Oh dear.
Damn it, Pippin.
Actually, it's Nestor too.
The one character
But
I didn't
us
expect to
sitting
be
here
lawful.
could lead to those tomes being stolen. You know that, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's why we're doing what we're doing!
Staying here is well then.
But yeah. Also, Pippin's gonna cast his armor spell on himself and summon his sword.
Okay. So you then see, like, you see Pippin. You see Pippin run out. Nestor's right behind him. He looks at the he looks out the window, and you see him start to do some hand signs for the somatic components, and then he pauses for a moment and stops, and then promptly takes a few seconds and casts his mage armor invocation and summons a great sword the size of his body.
That still
Actually, no,
looks
I'm sorry.
ridiculous.
Great sword is bigger than he is.
I was about to say, this is like a Dark Souls 3 heavy great sword. Like it's like the size of a Sveahander compared to me. But yeah, let's go get your guys' stuff. And my stuff. My stuff's less important, but
Like, the look on Senku's face is just one of exasperation.
come on.
Senku.
Nestor turns to you and Senku, people are gonna die.
I
That's
know.
a heck of a lot more important than us cooperating with the law right now.
Right.
And
Well, let's just hope
you
the Lemon
know,
forgive us.
if that library goes and they get to those tomes, we are even more
There's gonna
than
be
fucked.
no law. If they get to the tomes, there's gonna be no law left.
Right, let's go.
Indeed.
And you could just, and basically Senku is just thinking, oh, I just hope Lemon forgive us for this one.
All right, let's go get your guys' stuff. I would stealth, but Nestor's here with us today.
Nestor isn't wearing it. Nestor's isn't wearing his armor. You can actually.
Oh right. Sorry, I got excited.
You can actually do that now.
All right, let's be a little bit quieter so the guards don't like rush out, despite Nestor banging on the walls. Everybody be stealthy.
So everyone can make stealth checks.
Leafa got a
Oh,
13.
Check.
One of the things I
Oh, okay, good
am
deal.
hiring, but please
Then where is it? Pippin got a 23.
18, and let me guess, Nyaxor got a natural 20.
That's
Another
a
nat
24.
20.
They're
that'll be
falling from the
24.
sky!
Okay.
So that's a 24.
And even Nestor got a grand total of a 19.
Alright.
Nice!
Well, I originally rolled double, but it still was a pair of 16s. But I was like, why the hell did I roll a 40? And I'm like, oh wait, it's a 24.
Goodness.
DM.exe has crashed.
Fair.
DM.exe is doing a wonderful impersonation of a dying vacuum.
Does not compute. Does not compute.
That was basically my mind when I saw the 40. Like, what the hell? Oh, it's a pair of 16s. I forgot to turn off the double roll.
You're like, wait, nani? Pippin's over here, casually rolls a 10, still gets a 23.
Oh, so you mean my Arcana? Oh, so you mean my Arcana check?
Yep.
Yeah, pretty much.
I'm guessing you got the feature that gave you expertise?
Yes.
Nice.
Well, he's got an ability from his weapon, from the Principal Forge, that gives him expertise in Arcana.
Nice. Jealous.
So you guys do quickly and silently sneak down the hallway, just as, a few guards are briskly, but at the same time very lazily, descending the stairs to investigate.
And what are they investigating?
Loud noise.
Clang!
Yeah.
Hold on. What,
And
Hold
you
on.
guys
I have an idea. Go ahead.
you guys sort of like duck behind and under the stairs, and they just sort of walk right past.
Can you use like minor illusion to make footprints or like footsteps sound like they're far away from them, away from us, like in the direction that they're walking? So they think that we ran that way?
You could, but no perception check needed. They did not spot you.
Well, they're gonna find our empty cage, right?
Yeah.
So if I make the footprints sound like they're far away from them, the opposite direction from it. So if we're to the left of the cage, I want to make the footprints sound like they're on the right of the cage, going somewhere else.
Okay.
That way, they think we ran the other direction. So they go, "Oh, they're not in their cage. I hear footprints. Let's go this way." I hear footsteps, not footprints.
You could do that, but no roll needed here. Your instinct actually says, you don't need to do that.
Okay.
Let's just focus on getting out of here.
Nestor whispers and says, "I agree." So you're at kind of a the stairs kind of come down at a T intersection. Left is back to the cell that you were in. You could go right or straight ahead from your perspective.
Dungeon situation.
Not so much.
In a sense.
To the right, you do see a few more. To the right, you do see a few more cells, but also a couple of doors. And straight ahead, you see nothing but cells. Going down for about 30 feet.
Should we split up?
No, never
2
split the
ways.
party.
See if we Find the exit.
Never
Nestor
split
whispers,
the party.
we're not looking for the exit, we're looking for our gear.
Oh, the
Yeah.
gear. Okay.
Okay. I'm gonna. Do we know this prison at all?
You really don't. You were escorted down. You were escorted down in handcuffs. The
Can I either
the cuffs were removed after you were
Okay.
imprisoned.
did I notice any like markings on the doorways or like that said like was there like signs on the doorways with names of what the rooms were as we were coming in?
No. The hallway you were escorted down was nothing but was a cell block,
Oh.
basically. The
I-
only doors you see that are not cells, and I apologize for interrupting, Nyxor, are
Go ahead.
to your right. Because you're at like a T intersection. Cells to the left, which is where you were imprisoned. Cells straight ahead. Several cells to the right, but ending in 3 doors, including one that's right down the middle of the right down at the middle at the end of the corridor.
Well, given the circumstances,
I could possibly.
Can I just take a lucky guess and look into the rooms
Well,
or investigate?
you're going up to those 3 doors?
Well, I kind of want to peek in to see if it looks like it might have our stuff.
There are these are normal wooden doors with like a glass pane window, but it is frosted. And do you check the do you test the door, or do you just open it?
I want to see if I hear anything inside of it before opening.
Roll me perception.
That'll be a 15.
All right. Join me in the DM chat. Because you get
He vanished. He wasn't sticking around long.
yo,
so you guys see Pippin, press his ear to the door, and he strains for good like almost 10 seconds, and then with a bit of newfound urgency, he pulls out those thieves' tools and begins to try and pick the lock.
Found something?
He kind of whispers while he's picking the lock. They're going off.
the sirens?
He simply nods.
Great.
Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot.
We gotta
Anyone
alert
who
the
wants to
guards.
can make a perception check.
Who?
Oh yeah, that's I think that's a 9 in my perception.
Anyone who wants to is what he said.
Oh,
That'll be a
I'm
21.
I'm proficient, so
Leaf, I got a 21 as well.
Yeah, I got a 12, which probably doesn't pass, but then again,
12 does not. No.
25.
Enough characters are noticing this that it doesn't really matter.
Correct. Yeah.
We gotta alert the guards.
Senku just sort of strains and shrugs, but everyone else, you close your eyes and you focus, and you do hear a faint sound of the tornado sirens going off.
I think I'm going crazy. I might hear him.
No, everyone does. Well, except for me.
No, I heard the sounds you were playing, so I was making a joke. I'm like, I think I hear him too.
No, that was me. That was me.
Yeah, he's like,
Yeah,
That's what I said. The
he's-
sounds
he-
that you were
he-
playing.
He was
I said I heard the sounds that you were playing, Senku, and what I said was I think I'm going crazy because I hear sirens too out of character.
He was
It's okay.
trying to make a joke. But
And
yeah,
I'm not that funny. Anywho, does Pippin unlock the door?
what'd you get on your
Let's find out.
tools? So that'll be a D20 plus your proficiency and your dexterity.
Oh, plus my dexterity as well. Nice. I didn't know that part. And then that's that plus that. Oof. 19?
19 is actually good. You're there for
Sick.
You're there for a good, 4 rounds basically. So just shy of, half a minute.
Yep. Good luck getting your armor on. That still
And,
takes forever.
You guys
depending on the armor, yeah.
you guys eventually hear the, it is quiet, but for you guys trying to be as quiet as possible, you actually are so alert, you hear the echo of this thing click. And the door creaks open. It is at this point you are, and again, it's really quiet down here. You guys are startled, and I need everyone to make me a what would this be? I'm gonna call this a wisdom saving throw.
Wisdom saving throw.
Yes.
Haha.
Fun.
9.
I have really good wisdom, so. Would that be a instead of yeah? That's gonna be a 9. Plus 9.
Kayla's is a 18.
Okay.
Leaf
I'm
got
gonna
a
boost
18.
mine up to a 13.
That's a 26 total.
6. Okay.
I'm gonna boost mine up to a 13 because I got like an 8.
Okay.
Fucking hell. I hate when that happens. Plus 5 and it basically still shafted me. So I'm gonna basically give myself a 13 instead of an 8.
I got a 13.
You got a 13,
I did.
and Perrin, what'd you get?
9.
Actually, hold on. I got a 14. I forgot to add because wait, I don't have my cloak on. Never mind.
Okay, so you guys,
Would you like one too?
Actually,
Sam?
with the
Is it? Hold on. Is this a save against being frightened?
not so much.
I'd say it depends on what it's against, because actually, I just remembered, depending on the wisdom save, if it's charm, I have advantage.
It's
Yeah,
absolutely
I have advantage if it's against being frightened.
actually it's plus 1, so it'd be 28.
Okay.
Well, you don't
Yeah,
have
I
plus 1
will-
because you don't have your cloak on.
Oh, is that for my cloak?
Yes.
It-
Okay,
it's
never
the
mind.
Cloak of protection, yeah.
Then yes, I will let you roll a second d20 on that pip.
Yeah, that's a net 20.
Okay.
Ugh.
So that's literally why I had you guys make the saving throw. So you guys are really quiet, you're trying to be quiet, and it is dead silent, and all of a sudden a piercing whistle echoes and the sound blasts down
Oh,
Oh
shit.
dear.
and Perrin just can't help but shout a little bit, it just being so startled by it.
Just covers his mouth.
Is it a guard with a whistle? Is it a guard with a whistle?
Yes.
Okay, it's not what I thought.
I'm gonna kick the door open, and then I'm going to use minor illusion and make a fake wall between us.
Let me guess. It's either they spotted us or they're whistling because of the siren.
Or they know we're not in that cell.
That is where they were headed.
Oh,
So, yeah.
So there is no guard standing there looking at us?
Looking at you, no.
Oh, I misunderstood.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm gonna prop the door open quietly and like, get in here.
Parrot. Okay, stop the siren. We know.
Yeah, please stop that. 'Cause I'm going nuts.
I thought it was super
IRL.
cool. I thought that was super cool. But
It is
yeah,
super
it's
cool, but it is
unnerving though.
Super cool. A little distracting. So yeah, Nestor, like Pippin holds the door open a little bit. Nestor rushes in.
Nestor, shh. Quiet, please.
Nestor is, like he's like almost flailing his arm, like waving. He's like, "Get in this room now!"
We do.
Get in there.
Okay. Everyone gets in, and Nestor whispers like, "Pippin, close the door now and lock it."
Close it, and I'm gonna lock it.
Okay.
And then would there be any proof on the door of me picking it?
No.
You nat 20'd it.
He didn't nat 20. He got very high though.
Yeah. I got like a 19 or something like that.
If he nat 20, he'd have opened it in one round. It took him basically 5. But yeah. You guys are in a big room. Lots of shelves protected by iron bars with just piles of stuff. And it's pretty obvious. Like, it's weird, but like in the center of this room, on a big platform, is pretty much all of your stuff. I apologize to our YouTube viewers. I was the one who screwed up on that this time.
I don't think that word's that bad. So
All the same,
still.
Also, okay. So yeah, I'm gonna grab my cloak, throw it on, get my normal adventuring gear on.
Now I am going to throw you guys a bone, just because those items were removed. The items were removed from you did not break attunement.
I didn't think it would. But
Thanks, but we've got.
I sort of like happily grabbed Stormtooth.
Awesome. Gonna slip on my slippers.
Yeah, I'm gonna grab what I can. Crap,
There's
it's
no
5
matter
minutes.
what you can get everything.
Okay, well, I'm saying, because I might promise the amount of time to don armor.
Yeah.
We're
Because,
going to be putting it on the go.
well, you kind of can't. Light armor's a minute, medium's 5, heavy is 10.
It's a lot of rounds.
That's 10 rounds for light armor.
Let's just grab our armor and let's go.
Yeah, let's.
We're not putting
go.
them on.
Put
Just
the
grab the
armor
stuff.
in the magic bag and let's get out of here.
Let's go. No doubt the guards probably know the sirens are going off.
Yes. So, you guys are able. If you're able to, at the very least, obtain all your stuff, even if you can't don the armor. So you guys do that. And just as you are basically finished shoving, you start to sort of unceremoniously shove full plate into a bag of holding, and it's clattering and clanging. Because at this point, you've the need for haste is overshadowed the need for stealth.
Because things are going south sideways.
Yeah, and I have a teleportation circle for this place, don't I? Let's see. I have a list.
Teleportation circle for the library.
Indeed, I do. Shall we teleport to the library? It is where we want to be.
It's where we want to be, but the question is there a tornado there?
Well, I mean, if the tornado ripped up the library, wouldn't there no longer be a teleportation circle there?
No, that's a magical effect. It's sort of locked to a point in space.
I mean, we could try or die, or get caught by the guy who's probably outside that door right now.
Nestor's like, as much as it pains me to say it, I think we're better off taking this the slow way.
Indeed.
We don't want to teleport right into. Remember what happened to us in Nessa. You know, I don't want to teleport right into that and not have any protection, because if we do that,
we're dead.
We're going to be at surface level.
Yeah.
So, you guys just finish putting the full plate into bags, and it is at this point the door is whisked open, and standing before you, still a bit bruised and bloodied, is Captain Dark Eyes.
Oh. He is back.
At least what appears to be Captain Dark Eyes.
He has a smile on his face, and he just promptly steps aside and just sort of with a hand gesture says, "You should be arrested for this, but for now, go be heroes."
Yeah.
Wait, so this was the actual guy?
Dexter's head is like, Too much brain work. But well,
I'm out of here.
I out of character, I suddenly was having suspicions tonight that what if there had been an illusion placed on the body, but then why the hell would Dark Eyes put the body in the alleyway in the first place?
Probably wasn't Dark Eyes.
But Dark Eyes was the one with the body, though. So that's why it makes no sense to me now that I'm thinking about it.
We found the body of a cultist, but then we also found the body of a librarian.
Yeah.
No, what we found was the
We
body.
never identified both of them. So they're possibly two different bodies.
Hold on. Remember, we found the body of Captain Dark Eyes.
Yeah, but then it was replaced with a different body. Probably had a magical spell on it, or what if there was like a faint, like a faint death spell or something that makes him look like a dead body. You know, could have been something different the whole time. We don't know.
It is
Too
at
much
this point
speculation.
thing, too, you do remember that you cast Detect Magic, and on that body there was a or actually on the Dark Eyes you encountered, there was a transmutation effect.
So
Yeah.
it wasn't him, most likely. Because that could be I think that's what it'd be that includes illusion spells.
Is this the same guy I cast the Detect Magic on?
It looks like him.
Oh no, illusion's completely different.
But he just smiles and says, "Go be heroes, but please return when this is over. There is much you need to be made aware of."
Dr. Nuts.
Of course we will.
Yeah. We will be. Yeah. We'll be back. We gotta go.
So you guys run up the stairs just in a procession, just bolt out the precinct door, and as soon as you just unceremoniously fling the doors open and are instantly soaked from the deluge of rain.
Like,
What was that statement that the guard said?
Wet flows drippingly from my everything.
Yep.
And even Senku says that wet flows drippingly from my everything.
Yes.
I'm gonna use that in real life one of these days. Is it raining out there? Yes. Wet flows drippingly from my everything.
It's kind of fitting in this situation.
All right.
More than kind of fitting.
Where's the tornado?
In spite of the absolute deluge of rain, it is eerily still. There is no wind whatsoever.
We're like, we still got a bit of time. Let's go.
Oh no. All right, let's run.
Yep, you guys break into a run for the library. Nestor looks at you, Pippin, and says, "Flying would be ill-advised."
I'm not flying. I am not flying. I learned my lesson the first time we were in a tornado and almost flew away inside of a tent. I am not flying in this wind.
Well, it's not the wind, because there's no wind to speak of,
But there might be.
And no sooner do you say that than you hear this.
A what?
As lightning cracks above you.
What
Nope.
color?
No.
What color is this lightning?
actually, the way it all reflects, like the world around you is illuminated red.
Oh my. What's a knot? Let's
Colt
get to the
lightning.
library, like now.
Now.
Yeah, now.
Okay, you guys break into you guys break into a full tilt run. And even running as fast as you can, it takes you a few minutes. And as you guys are running, who has a passive perception of 15 or better?
I do.
I do.
18, so, yep.
I think everyone does except Pippin.
And Nestor. Okay, then Nestor and Pippin can roll perception. Everyone else just auto passes this.
I got a 15.
Okay. 15 is good.
Ugh.
Nestor doesn't notice this, but literally everyone else does. As you guys are running, you start to notice the closer you get to the library, the lighter the rain gets.
Oh no. I don't like that at all.
And you hear a bit of no perception check needed. You hear a strange. You hear a weird noise that you've never really heard before. It's this kind of deep, resonant, kind of rhythmic sound of. I don't know how well that played over the audio, but
It didn't.
I didn't
Sounds
hear
like it's
anything.
I
breathing.
didn't hear anything.
I apologize.
The rhythmic sound of silence.
And
Would it be accurate to describe it as it almost sounds like breathing?
no. It almost sounds like the closest thing I could liken it to would be like a very rhythmic revving of an engine, but much deeper, much more guttural.
Kind of like almost like a train.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
It's not good.
Senku
Oh.
looks up.
You look up.
Your eyes are now clouded in water.
Yeah, like you look up and immediately you have to close your eyes because even though the rain is getting lighter, it's still very much heavy rain.
It
Damn.
still is a case of what flows drippingly from my everything.
I love that that's become a thing now.
Can I at least see the way the rain curtains are moving?
They're not.
That's not good.
Running faster. Gotta
Run,
go
run,
dash.
run.
Gotta go
How
fast.
close are we
Gotta
to
go
the
faster,
library?
faster, faster.
You guys are now about, if you had to guess, a minute away. You've only made this trip. You've really only made this trip once. Before this, but
Could I maybe do a hidden path to get there faster?
It would only not really, because the hidden path is only a 60-foot jump. But as you guys are going, you start to hear lots more. You start to hear a din in the distance of just this. The rhythmic train noise is getting louder, but that's predominantly because you guys are you figure out you guys are getting closer, and you start to hear almost like additionally a rhythmic churning and like a crunching sound, like
No.
Oh no.
Debris.
Run away.
I'll be back. I need to use the restroom. That way I don't,
All right. Pippin.
Yes.
I need you to make me a dexterity save at disadvantage.
I don't like that. I don't like that at all.
Oh no.
Oh boy, dice, help me out here. Dexterity save at disadvantage.
Yes.
Dexterity is a 5. My save would make it a 6. It's gonna be a 17.
Okay. So you guys are all running full tilt, and you guys see this, and Pippin sees it just in time to matrix dodge and sort of slide in the mud as this piece of 2x4 comes flying into view. Almost, it looks like somebody shot it out of a ballista or a giant crossbow or something.
Oh.
Like, this thing's flying at almost the speed of a crossbow bolt.
Good lordy.
Oh
And
jeez.
Oh no.
Pippin sees it, and like he drops to his knees, leans back, and slides in the mud, and makes it and flatten and leans back as far as he can as this board just sails right over him, and everyone realized with some horror that if he had been standing, it would have been right at neck level.
Yep.
Oh. Oh.
I got lucky. I didn't even have to use a lucky die on that one. It's a good roll.
And the board continues to fly and embeds itself in a tree behind you.
guys.
That would have not been. That would have been. Pippin's missing a little bit of everything.
I think Pip, I think you lost a few pounds.
Guys, now might be an appropriate time to find some shelter.
I think I lost I think I lost a few brain cells there as well. At least I would have.
I think you would have lost more than a few.
Guys, I
where,
think
No, Seku, we're going to that damn library.
I'm gonna pull out the wind crystal. You got anything to help with tornadoes?
You pull it out and you say that, and then you notice it is sort of pulsing erratically.
Buddy? Shakes crystal.
Mhm.
You shake the crystal.
Pull up my radiant crystal. Is that one doing the same thing?
It is not.
What's going on?
I think it's trying to tell you something, Pip.
Can I try to do that whole
Actually, it's gonna look at the crystal embedded.
persuasion at this? Can I try to talk to it despite not meditating?
Yeah, persuasion at disadvantage if you actually want to take that time.
I mean, I want to know why it's pulsating. I have a suspicion, but
Actually, it's gonna look at the water crystal. Like-
I don't remember what the save DC is.
Checking if it's blinking at all.
It's not, chaotically and erratically, like, blinking. Like, the wind crystal will, like, the glow will grow and fade, and then it'll flash, and then it'll flicker, like, 4 times, and then it'll be dark for a second, and then it's just completely random. Like, it'll
Like lightning.
kind of, yeah.
Is there any? Do I notice any patterns with it and the way of the winds blowing, or lack thereof?
Absolutely none. Pip, what did you get on that persuasion?
I'm debating about rolling a lucky die. My
You want me to boost that for you?
Yeah. Actually, I got a 14 normally, and that would be a +5.
Boost that with
19?
Flash of Genius.
Could I
19.
Naxar ask his crystal as well?
I will get to that in just a moment.
So yeah, 19.
So Pippin, DM chat, please.
I'm supporting the party.
Where you should be. You're a support class.
I'm the I poke you class. You are the support class.
The I poke you class, he says.
Some classes just basically go, I poke you. Actually, I'm more of a, I turn you into a pincushion. Oh, you need to become a pincushion, right?
I heard you need acupuncture.
I can solve that for you. Here, have insert number of arrows. Insert generic number of arrows here. For a moment, I thought it was Sen was AFK, but then remembered, I looked over and I'm like, oh, he's actually in the DM room. That would have been hilarious if he had actually over that. I hear glass.
I hear glass shattering. What?
What in the world is going on?
It's called Teardown. It's one of my games.
Oh.
Glass shatters.
All right, Nyxorg.
Yep. Want me to?
Head on down.
Okie dokie. Come on. There we go.
Hello there.
Hello there.
So, you were trying to just talk to the water crystal?
Yeah, I'm gonna ask the water crystal, like, the same thing, probably. Like, why are you, like, blinking radically?
So you pull out the water crystal and it is like pulsing rhythmically, but it is pulsing. And go ahead and make me a persuasion check at disadvantage.
That would be 19.
19. Okay. As bad as this storm is, and you could compare it to Nessa, but this would be a bad comparison because this is worse. This is even worse than the storm at Nessa.
Oh, jeez.
You're miraculously able to tune it out and just sort of zone in on the crystal, and it becomes this bizarre, badly transposed image of you're in a sandbar surrounded by water, and like there's gentle waves that they crest, and the way the light catches them, they reflect this brilliant pink color. And the voice within the crystal does speak to you, but it is it's breaking up. Like it's almost like you hear it's almost like you're hearing every other word or every third word, and sometimes only half words of this static. Magic static.
I'm feeling something is interfering with them.
All right, with that, we can go back to the others.
Okay, there's something interfering with our crystals. I don't know what. I can. I can't hear every word.
Is your crystal vibing with a rave too?
Actually, just gonna look at you like, what?
Is it blinking?
Yes,
blinking?
it's pulsating. Yes.
His is much more rhythmic and stable.
Why isn't the radiant crystal blinking?
Oh, let's take a look at the fire crystal.
You pull out the fire crystal.
I have the fire crystal.
No,
you gave it back.
You gave it back. You have, I think you have ice. And...
Oh, right.
Yeah, you have ice, man.
No, how's the ice crystal doing?
I thought we gave the ice crystal to Leafa, and then he was.
Oh wait, yeah.
We hadn't passed hands yet.
Yeah. So we'll handle that now. So you pull out the wind crystal, and then you're like, oh, hands it, and then hand it to Senku.
Yep.
All right. So now, Senku, you have the wind crystal.
Okay. And how was the fire crystal looking anyway?
You pull out the
to hand it off.
Perrin you hand off the fire crystal, and you and Perrin are looking at it, and it looks normal. I mean, it has
What's
it has
going on?
faint glow to it.
Lisa's gonna pull out her ice crystal.
Ice crystal looks completely normal.
Okay.
That's odd.
Clearly, whatever this is seems to only be affecting some of the crystals.
Nestor
Wind
pulls
and rain.
out the lightning crystal, and it's flashing around even more erratically than the windstone.
The only crystals flashing are weather related.
Indeed.
Makes sense. There's another red as the world around you is illuminated by not one but like
They're controlling the weather.
by,
Are
like,
they controlling the weather by controlling the crystals remotely?
That's a terrifying thought.
Is Morse code a thing in this world?
a version of it is yes. Are the crystals trying to communicate with that? Not that you can tell.
That's what I was going to ask Senku.
Not that
Is
Senku
it-
can tell. No, I'm just giving that to you for free. There is
Okay.
absolutely no pattern whatsoever.
It's just like the crystal's gone completely AWOL.
Something's interfering with him.
Oh, hey, Mom.
All right. Well, let's go kill
Okay.
Tornado.
Have fun. This way if I fall asleep. Good night.
I-
Good night, Mom.
Nestor says,
Okay.
and you guys are
Good night.
You guys are walking as you're doing this. Give me a moment because I need to pull up the right.
Don't mind the noise. I'm playing Teardown.
Okay.
I love that game.
So Nestor holds the lightning crystal, points it upwards, and in between breaths, he yells the words "Thunder Bomb," and the crystal, still flares and it still fires.
And
He's like, so the crystals still work. We still have control over them. But I think you're onto something. I think you're onto something there, Pip.
How are they? How are they doing that?
I don't think they are. I think the crystals are reacting
To the weather.
I think the crystals are reacting to this insanity above us.
Well, then
Are
let's
they-
try and use them to fight this insanity.
Are they more powerful when in their environment?
I don't know.
Nestor shrugs and says, I got nothing.
I don't know either.
Try.
Point. 1 second. Senku,
Yeah?
please roll me a strength save.
Oh
How my?
no!
Do I have my belt of stuff on?
Yes, you-
Yeah.
Your
Oh,
belt
yay.
of stuff. I love that.
Belt of stuff.
24!
Okay. You just before Perrin Nyaxor and Lifa see it, and you yourself notice it. You, Senku, you feel your clothes getting snapped around by vicious wind. You have just enough time to look down and see a swirl of a swirl of mud sort of spiraling around you, and you drop And everyone sees this as he drops to the ground. Like, he should be falling faster than he is. But he dropped to the ground. There's not as much of a splatter of mud as there should be. Like, he just doesn't kick up as much of it as he should. And he begins to, feel around. And like you hear a sort of as he's slapping around, you hear a sort of hollow metal thud, and you see him just sort of sink his hand into the mud and onto that, as a brief funnel rapidly forms, yanks him up feet first, and he manages to hold on to what is slightly lifted up out of the ground to be a manhole cover, and he avoids being lifted into the air.
Oh, gee.
And this funnel, or this spin up, moves on, and with a thud and a splat, Senku falls back to the ground.
Oh boy.
Like, basically, when he picks his head back up, you just see his eyes spinning for a second, like anime sort of. Yeah. I think I just about lost control of my everything.
All right. So you guys are continuing to run as hard as it is going through this mud now. And it's the deep, thick, heavy stuff. Like this rain is so heavy. It's practically turned Thalicos into swampland. But
might as well be a hurricane at this rate.
As you guys go along, you take one more step through lighter but driving rain, and then it stops.
No.
And you see if I can find a good picture.
What in the world is that noise?
My game.
Oh, okay.
I think it was a car wheel screeching.
No, it's another mod I have. That's basically allowing me to just lay waste to everything.
Oh, this is perfect.
I don't like that. I don't like that at all.
You shouldn't. Please check the campaign images.
Good lord.
Holy hell.
Well, I should say it's almost perfect, because you see those glowing red eyes in the clouds. And there's not, one funnel there. There's like 3.
Oh, jeez.
One of them
Well-
is, one of them is the size of like 4 houses, and it's just raking across the ground. It goes to one of those. It goes to the siren, and you get there just in time to see the siren. The man, or the person operating it. You see him. You see him stop. The siren stops. He's holding on for dear life, and at the base it snaps, and the man and the device just go hurtling into the sky.
How far away are they?
They were about 500 feet,
Yeah.
and you see 2 more of these things on either side of the library. The library itself has this. The library itself has this like sparkling, shimmering, pale green effect surrounding its walls and its roof. And everyone has enough magic knowledge, knows enough about magic knowledge. There are walls of force protecting on the sides of this library, and walls of force are supposed to be immovable and indestructible. So it takes you a second to realize that these walls are bending and buckling. But they're holding. At least, actually, I need you
For
guys
now.
to make me a.
Would this be Arcana?
No. I'm gonna need you guys to make me Constitution saves.
Ah, fuck.
Oh boy.
Seriously, that's a 4.
Okay.
In total?
Okay, Constitution save.
Okay.
Let's see.
I got a 9, so I mean, I can't really do much for Pippin or Perrin. Sorry, buddy, but I can cast Cure Wounds, and I can upcast that, so there's that. But yeah,
All right.
That's a 21.
I'm gonna have to boost mine for a 14 because I just hope that passes.
Okay.
Well, I just so happened to have to roll as low as possible.
Oof.
Goodness. All right, so Leafa got a 7.
Okay.
Let's see. It's not much better, but Pippin got a 16. Sorry, 17. I was really bad with
Okay.
+1.
I mean, Leafa could probably use the Flash of Genius more than I could.
Well, you already declared you were going to use it on yourself.
Sorry.
It's okay. So, you guys see this. You see another funnel come down around the alleyway that you guys found that body in, and the apartment buildings there, which are 2 or 3 stories. As this thing is forming, you hear this like crunching sound, and you hear the wrenching and twisting of steel, and the crunching of stone as these buildings are just lofted into the air, chunk by monstrous chunk.
Is there anything the wind crystal can do to deflect some of the oncoming projectiles?
The short answer is no. And as that's happening, you see the walls of force are still buckling, and big crack as as this brilliant crimson red bolt strikes the library. And then another, a third, then at the same time, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of these things. The world is flooded with red light.
How many charges do I get for Wyatt per day?
I believe it was a D4.
Oh, if it's been a new day, I need to roll.
I haven't charged Wyatt since the mountain. How many days has it been?
2.
Okay, that was a nice roll. I really like my dice tower. Give me some nice rolls.
So, I believe it was Senku, Lifa, and Perrin. You guys are looking right at this as, one lightning bolt, then two more almost simultaneously, then in the span of less than a second, 6 just blast down from the heavens. And you feel this almost burning pain in your eyes. And it's and you close them, but it's just a little bit too late, and you are going to be blinded.
Oh no.
Great, which means I can't do anything.
So when I want to see, where is my notes?
This means I'm basically combat ineffective.
How far?
No,
away?
you just get disadvantage.
Yeah, it's disadvantage, which is bad.
Yeah. How far away is the tornado?
There's 4 of them now, and the nearest one would be the one on one of the sides of the Great Library.
I'm casting Heaven.
That would be about 100 feet.
I want to cast Heaven's Charge.
Okay. What did you get on that con save, by the way?
I don't remember. It was like, shoot, what was it? I don't remember.
It was above a 15 at least, yes?
Yeah.
Okay, then yes, you did pass. So, all right, you shield your eyes, Pip, and as you pull them away,
how long does it take to recover from being blinded?
It depends on the effect.
Lovely.
In the meantime, Pippin, you said you were using Heaven's Charge?
I am.
Okay. You activate that, And please briefly join me in the DM chat.
Oh boy.
All right. So, to Perrin, Senku, and Lifa, your eyes are just all you see is red. And you like put your hands to your you can feel your hands on your face. You put your hands to your eyes, and in the case of Senku, you even temporarily, very gently poke your eye, and it hurts. So, but you cannot see. All you see is red. And you're like this for about 18 seconds. And then the red begins to sort of cool off and fade into this blue color, which you recognize to be identical to the color of the light crystal. And that blue image that's burned into your eyes is almost it almost peels away. Like your vision returns your vision returns directionally, but it returns all at once, and you are no longer blinded.
All right.
You see a you guys see those walls of force around the library are now riddled completely with cracks, which is supposed to be impossible. Like there's
That's
only
not
there's only a handful of spells that can break a wall of force.
I wanna like once my turn comes around, I guess, I wanna shoot the Tornadoneers to the library with Heaven's Charge.
All right, we'll get to that. I'll get to that in 1 second, because we're not in combat, and I admit I'm being a bit highly descriptive, but this is far more a cinematic scene than a combat one.
Just like, stop the tornadoes! I won't let you hurt the library!
You see this small piece of one of the walls of force. Like the cracks are spreading, and you see cracks merge, and a small chunk of the wall breaks away, and just sort of discorporates into discorporates into nothing.
That shouldn't be possible.
But it is.
What's happening?
At this point, everyone can make me perception checks.
Yay. Something I'm actually good
I was
at.
gonna say something I'm good at. That's a 16.
25.
Gotta switch my
Okay.
dice. Oh, nope, that's...
Perrin, what's your perception bonus?
13.
So I got your perception plus I got your perception roll plus my perception bonus.
Anyways, just waiting on we're just waiting on Nyxor for that roll.
Okay, that's 28 again.
Okay. You guys see, even though the doors are the doors are to the library are wide open, you see several people dressed in librarian and archivist robes, and they are outside and they are waving people to come into the library. And you also see several dozen people, some running, some crawling, some, huddled over and like knee walking, just but moving towards the library at as fast as they can. And you see the tornado off to your left. You hear a big crunch, and a piece of a stone wall gets lofted, and it gets lofted up and just sent hurtling down, and it with a thud utterly crushes two people in that procession. And now, Pippin, it is, I wouldn't say it's your turn, but you're up on the roster.
I want to shoot the tornado with my Heaven's Charge.
Okay, you can produce 2 beams.
All right. Didn't realize I could produce 2. That's pretty nice.
Full thirsting blade. You can attack twice.
Oh, okay. That's I would have been using this a lot more.
You can make
realize that. Awesome.
That's why it's the level 5 and not supernova.
Got you. Okay. Well,
like a 20th level fighter under the effect of a 20th level fighter with this active and with action surge is not firing 1 beam, he's firing 8.
oh boy. Well, let's fire. That's a lot of I rolled 2 d20s.
That is correct.
And that would be is it as if I have proficiency with it?
Yes.
Okay.
Is he rolling at advantage or disadvantage?
Neither.
Okay. I need to roll. Oh boy!
Oh boy.
Oh boy, indeed.
You rolled 2 nat 20s, didn't you?
No, but I rolled 1. I use my computer roll whenever it's something with high damage, like, 10d8. What's the second one going to be? Second one's still a 27.
All right. You hit on both counts.
And one of them's a net. So that's instead of 10d8, that's 30d8. Or instead of
Yep.
20d8, it's 30d8.
Correct.
Ay, 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 ay. All right. Oh boy, that's 163 damage.
Ooh.
Okay. So, you just sort of put both your hands. You just sort of put both your hands forward,
Boom.
and then you sort of like almost cup them together. And in each palm, you're holding light, and you just loose these two brilliant blue-white beams of light that lance out, and they strike the funnel like right in the middle of it. And there is this the sky above you floods with red lightning, and there is this rumble of thunder that sounds almost like a roar of pain. And the funnel, the funnel that you strike is, you see part of the condensation funnel just being ripped away from the rest of it. And the funnel is still there, but it looks far less than half the size.
Let me join in on this fun.
You know what? I might throw out a Tidal Crusher at the another one.
Sure.
Because there's multiple.
There's 4 that you can see.
Pippin tries something out of desperation. Everybody, let's do it.
Oh, I was gonna do it no matter what.
That's
Good.
why
Is there any powerful winds? I need a spell. I'm gonna need a really powerful spell on my end too. Oh wait, I have
Yeah.
a few options.
I was gonna say, why don't I flame wave one of these?
I guess Leafa's gonna roll a d5. Find out which one she casts. I don't think Leaf has meditated with her crystal.
All right. So yeah, you're gonna roll me a. You're not rolling me a d5. You're rolling me a d10.
May I roll a d10?
You have the wind crystal.
Yeah.
Yes, you may roll me a d10.
All right, let's do
5.
this. I need my. There it is.
I rolled me a 5.
I rolled me a 2.
Okay.
Do I have to roll or?
You do not. Okay. So Senku, you have the wind crystal.
Yeah.
All right. Info incoming.
Yes.
That information pops in your head.
Awesome. So it's basically haste. but I can
Uh,
also fly.
Also, Pippin does know a few of the Wind Crystal spells if you need them. You can always ask him.
Nice.
Give me a moment.
I know he shouted out one of them in the past.
Yes. Okay.
Can we take a small break?
So,
Yeah, if you need to take a quick bathroom break, that's
Yeah, I need
question.
I
Does
need
the
a
single
drink.
attack- Does the
Bathroom
single
break.
attack have to be melee?
it does not. No.
Oh my god. Yes. I'm using that. I'm going to be using that spell.
It has to be. It has to be an attack, though. It can't be like a. It doesn't let you cast 2 spells.
So I can't. So when you say 2 spells, it doesn't mean I can't cast Eldritch Blast and then Eldritch Blast again?
You cannot do that.
Has
That
to
would
be
a
like
full ranged attack.
Yep. A lot of things with haste, they don't allow you to do spells, but they do allow you to swing your arms faster. Or draw arrows faster, stuff like that. Increases your physical speed, not your ability to cast, sadly.
Oh well. And since I don't want to get up close and personal with these tornadoes, it's basically...
Nah.
Yeah, I think I'll just stick to the Eldritch Blast. I think I'll just stick to sending a few Eldritch Blasts downrange then.
I mean, would I be able to use my reaction to shout to him a spell?
I'd allow that. Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
You can only do one, and you can't tell him what you want. You have to pick it.
Wait.
And you have to tell him what level it is.
I'm confused.
So, because it's going to be a reaction thing, I'm not gonna allow any, back and forth discussion between the two of you. It's no.
Oh, yeah.
You pick the ability. You pick the ability. You tell him the name and the level.
Basically, just shouting, use Tornado Blast. It's level 5. I can send it to you.
Okay.
Tornado Blast. Oh, that sounds fun.
It's in the general chat. It's a pretty nasty one.
Alright, let's look at this thing. This thing could be cool.
What's going on?
I use my reaction to give Senku a proper ability to use that would benefit him right now.
How many tornadoes are in the line of my? How many tornadoes are in the line of my fire?
Just technically 2.
Can I hit anything? Can I hit them without hitting anything else?
No. You will hit. You will hit structures.
That's a small price to pay.
Including the library. Now, someone was using an ice crystal. That was
Leafa.
Leafa. So.
And I'm using my water crystal.
500-foot line. Does it have to be on the ground, or can I fire it straight up?
You can, in fact, fire it straight up.
Perfect.
I think you can fire it any direction you want.
Which means I can still hit 2. I can still hit 2 tornadoes without hitting any structures. Right?
Yes. Straight up, no. There's nothing directly above you.
Okay. I'm still going to aim it so I can hit 2 tornadoes with the same shot without damaging any structures.
That you can't do. You said you could shoot straight up. You can shoot straight up, but that's not actually going to hit one of the. It's not going to hit one of the funnels.
Okay, then I'll just hit one of the funnels then, without hitting a structure.
Okay.
A small price to pay for salvation.
Well, I said without hitting a structure.
And Noxer chooses
can
a
do that,
tornado
right?
to shoot Tuttle Crusher at.
You say I can aim at the tornado itself without hitting any other structures, right?
Yes.
Okay, what do I roll for that? Or is it just a straight up?
It's
Probably a D20.
doing too many things at once.
Let's see.
I did say I would
Doesn't-
do it mine next, so
Yeah, Tornado Blast doesn't say, but it seems like it would probably be a D20 plus your proficiency bonuses for your spell.
Give me a second. I have to find.
Either that or it's like a con.
Yeah, it was a saving throw based thing.
Dexterity? The other one's a dexterity saving throw.
And since it's a tornado, it doesn't have any dexterity.
yay!
Yeah, everything has stats.
I would say they're probably extremely dexterous.
All right, I'm gonna cast this. I'm gonna cast Tornado Blast at one tornado. Which one is probably the best target to hit?
The one
I
that...
did say I would do it next.
Okay.
So
Hold on. Hold on 1 second. I'm processing information. I'm also typing something up. Give me just a moment.
I know you're excited, man, but I did say I'll do mine next.
Okay. All right. Message sent to you, Pip, for Leafa. Changed Tornado Blast to mean a Constitution spell.
Constitution.
Or make a Constitution save. Okay. Now, I have to say, I know you said you were doing. I know you said you were doing yours next, but Perrin's been very patient and kind of sitting on the back burner while everyone else has been talking. So, Perrin, I give you the floor for a moment.
All right. So
Don't die on us, man.
All right. So I want to go ahead and flame wave one of these tornadoes.
All right, you are.
Flame wave.
You're gonna have to move 30 feet closer to
That's fine.
one of them. So the nearest one to you would be the one that's on. From your perspective, would be the right wall of the library. So you run 30 feet, and you will be able to hit it. I will even go so far as to say you can hit it, and it'll be within 120 feet. So you're not going to be able to get the full gallop, but you're going to be able to hit it for the 13d8.
13d8. All right.
Ooh.
It will make a save.
That'll be 57 damage.
Okay. So you run up flourish your arms, heat waves ripple in and coalesce, and you just throw your arms out in this gout of flame. You're pretty sure it might even be comparable to the breath weapon of a red dragon. Just erupts out of your
Flemenhoffel.
out of your hands, and it is like the further it goes and the wider it goes, the dimmer the dimmer and weaker it gets. But the outer edge washes over the funnel, and then this the surge from behind that catches the funnel, and this condensation funnel, you see it. You never knew clouds could burn, but that's what you do. Burn.
Burn, baby, burn.
Exactly.
And you see smoke. And even though it passed its save, it was actually enough. Like the plane, the wave of fire, as the wave of fire hits it, the bottom of this funnel just sort of burns away from the ground up.
Awesome.
We done
Yeah.
hero stuff.
We still got a couple more left.
Now, Nyaxor, you were doing a title crusher.
Title Crusher!
Okay. So you've got. Here's the thing. You've got a from your view on the far side, on the far wall of the library. There's a tornado. There's a tornado on the back side of the library. Neither of which you can get without hitting the library, but there is another one just sort of raking across buildings a few hundred feet away.
What? That one that's closer could be a problem, so I'm gonna do that one.
Which one? Like I said, you've got the closest one would probably be the one to the back of the library, but you can't hit that one without hitting the library.
Is there a possible way where I can move to not hit the library?
You don't have enough movement speed. It would take. The short answer is yes, but it would take you multiple rounds. And then you wouldn't necessarily be. You could avoid hitting the library, but not the buildings behind the library.
Again, I will say it again. A small price to pay for salvation.
No.
Everybody's underground. I'd rather get rid of the tornadoes than and hurt the buildings a little bit. Those can be rebuilt.
Indeed.
Lives cannot. Unless you're Nyaxor, of course, you can rebuild lives, right?
Like, how much of the building do I have to hit? Will I be hitting?
A third at least.
Maybe
gonna
choose
be
a different attack.
That's gonna be hefty. Could see of the. Because all it says is 3. I only have 300 feet. I don't got the dimensions of it.
Well, it's a cone, so
So like 5 feet cone or something.
No.
30 feet or something. I can't remember.
Hang on. Let me see. So I'm gonna post this in the images. Kind of looks like that, but like as it moves out, it gets wider.
Mm-hmm. Like, what's the, how big is it? I don't remember. Is it like 30 or something?
300 feet.
Oh, that's a wide cone.
Yes, it is.
Oh yeah. And how isn't like 300-foot line as well? Well,
Here's a better here's a slightly better image. So each of those squares is 5 feet, and it extends in each direction out to 300.
Yep.
Like that is a 30-foot cone right there. So goes 10 times that distance in each direction.
whew.
To the point that it kind of looks like that arrow shaped cone directly below the slightly offset diamond shape.
Oh, part of me is like, okay, that's gonna be a lot of destruction to the library, but it's gonna save. You know what? Things are desperate. I'm gonna be chaotic and do it.
Okay.
As long as nobody's gonna get hurt, I'm gonna do it.
So you can go ahead and roll that.
Just the damage, or do I have to do the spell attack?
It's just damage. They have to make a save.
Okay. I have to use the. Find it.
12d10.
Yeah, I have that. I'm talking about the dice thing. The site. It's gonna make it easier. You have the site. Can I have it? Don't know where I have it.
Stand by.
Yeah. Thank you.
Of course.
Make it much easier. Okay, that's 12d10.
Correct.
That's 81. Ho 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 ho.
All right.
That's some hefty damage.
So, you hold out the crystal, and rain just sort of bends around and streams around your body and around your arms, and just condenses and starts getting flecked with pink as you thrust your arm forward, and this unimaginable torrent of water issues forth. And I mean, the tornado on the near wall is already, it's already half gone. Literally, the bottom half just doesn't exist, so it's unaffected by that. As the water surges past it, you hear this splashing sound as it hits the buildings behind and rushes around. And you see the tornado on the backside of the library jerk sideways, and it goes from this straight funnel to almost like to an elephant trunk as it is ripped out of position. And you almost you see it stretch, and you see the top of it shift as your torrent of water drags it out of position. And he has been waiting very patiently. Senku.
Senku, did you
I'm
fall?
right here. There's a tornado that I can shoot without causing damage to the library, right?
There is.
Perfect! Senku grades and says, I've been wanting to do this ever since spring. Or even better, I've been wanting to do this ever since Twister. Tornado Blast!
Oh.
Boom!
So, you... At first it's weird, because your hand... You've never held one of these things. You hold it out, you say that, and your arm is jerked to one side, and at first you resist, and then it's sort of jerked up and then you realize these feel like somatic components, so you relax your arm and you just sort of let the crystal guide you for a change. And you all feel a gentle breeze blowing past and washing over you as the air around Senku slowly starts to illuminate to a sky blue, and it's rapidly spinning. And it kind of forms a
I feel like we're the Avengers at this point.
I'm gonna try and find an image. Perfect. So this is as close as I can get, but the whole thing is this almost luminous blue, like luminous sky blue. And it doesn't just cover...
Oh, you sent it to me.
Oh, whoops.
Me only.
Apologies. Campaign pictures. I'm sorry. But it extends up past the past your hand, Senku, and your palm is opened, and you thrust your arm forward, and this cylinder of air rushes out with a roar every bit as loud as any of the tornadoes are producing, and possibly even louder. And at the last minute, you sort of, where you were aiming directly for one tornado, you realize that because of what Nyaxor did, another one is out of position, and you shift your you shift your firing line just slightly to your right. Go ahead and roll me the damage on that.
Ooh, and it's 2 kinds of damage.
Yes.
That's 15d6 for the piercing, which is 71.
Nice.
And another 15d6 for the slashing, which is a total of 133 damage.
Nice, dude.
Okay. So
Ooh, nice.
I feel like we're the Avengers right now.
That picture reminds me of One Piece for some reason.
The face you see in the sky looks like that now.
Like,
Is that
shocked.
Your tornado blast goes right in between these two funnels, and it
Oh boy.
one of them, you actually, like, from your perspective, the one to the right gets just ripped apart and evaporates.
And I love the fact that the face in the clouds is like, what?
Yeah, there's that's not just surprise, that's, you actually see fear. Like, no insight check needed, that's fear. At this point,
So that basically it's scratch 1 tornado at this point.
scratch 2 actually. Because
Takes out 1 funnel and takes out the second.
Pippin and Perrin took out 1 funnel. Senku and Nyaxor took out the second. There's only 2. There's quote unquote only 2 left.
I guess Leafa's going next.
Yeah, Leafa can absolutely do something.
Throws an icicle.
I hope Leafa unlocks the level 5 ability for the ice crystal.
Which I forgot
Yeah.
to write is a it is a ranged attack or ranged spell attack, and it'll be like 90 feet.
Okay, 90 feet is
For
what's
now,
missing.
I'm going to revise that, because DM rolled a nat 1 and has yet to make any of the ice crystal abilities.
Oh boy.
Naughty Sin.
DM is bad. DM feels bad. You've had
You
this
gotta
3 weeks, and I haven't come up with any of the abilities it can do yet.
level 3 ability, make like a blizzard within like a 30-foot area.
Yes,
in a
blizzard.
square that brings
Nah,
everybody's
bigger than
vision
30
down to
feet,
10
man.
feet.
Bigger than 30 feet.
Give everybody pseudo blindness while they're within while they're within the 30-foot square.
And I love it. I love the scared look on the.
Tornado's
yeah.
face. All right, well, time to roll. I guess Leafa's gonna do something with this crystal strike. I mean,
Get a little bit to get within range of any of the tornadoes, you're going to have to move.
how far away are they?
The closest one is now 120 feet, and that's the one raking across homes and buildings in front of the library.
I'm gonna try something else. I'm gonna cast lightning arrow and use the bow.
Oh.
Okay.
I gotta look up the spell and make sure I use it correctly. Where is?
What are you trying? I was like, actually, I don't fully know it, even though it's on my spell sheet.
You can bring it up on the wiki dot. Come on. That's not what I'm looking for.
Who is eating?
Pippin, probably.
So not Pippin.
I'm eating. Did say I wanted a snack.
Lightning arrow.
Yeah.
I was getting a bit hungry.
Lightning arrow.
Having some Doritos.
Lucky duck.
What flavor?
Three originals. So the nacho cheese.
All right. Well, Leafa is going to cast lightning arrow, and then she's going to use her crystal's reaction, or her reaction to use the crystal, and switch that lightning arrow to ice arrow, and
Good.
upcharge its damage.
Ooh, very clever. All
Let's
right.
see.
I feel like we're the freaking Avengers.
You said that, buddy.
Oh yeah. And
It's
lightning
like
arrow.
we're putting the fear in a storm.
Yeah. Oh, you're putting in the fear. You're putting fear into something way more. So you're like, you sort of. Leafa sort of holds the crystal in her claws as she traces the somatic components, and part of that is she sort of forms this this mote of electricity and stretches it out to form the arrow. So
Wow.
you do that, and as you stretch it out, you hold the ice crystal to it, and the lightning sort of freezes as you stretch it to form the arrow, and eventually the electricity fades and is completely transformed into ice that is this
Icicle.
this icicle that is throbbing that is throbbing with pure white light.
Oh yeah.
At this point,
Oh.
something happens.
Ooh.
You hear a cacophony of you hear a cacophony of screams from the open doors of the library, even over the din of the two remaining funnels. One of the funnels that was just sort of churning up houses shifts direction and lifts up a little bit as a throng of people come surging out the door
Of the library?
of the library. And this funnel just drops right on top of them.
Not a chance in hell.
And you
Pippin!
Hold on, I'm gonna. Oh, I got a message send something.
Okay. Am I still able to describe this? Or should I wait?
You have that for your own uses if you desire. For cinematic.
I am not familiar with this spell.
Which spell?
Okay. I mean, that's cool and all, but
Just. Evan.
Interesting.
I see a possible opportunity, and I go, maybe. Doubtful.
Yeah,
People could be
see
saved.
where you're going with it, but not really. Also, it takes an action. It's not a reaction.
That's why I said maybe you could use it for cinematic if you decided, but I ain't saying what the spell is because I'm saving it. But
So, as this funnel drops on people, and you see more people spilling out of the library, and they're just, without even really knowing it, they're running right into this tornado. And as they do, you see the tornado visibly begin to spin faster. The funnel that was destroyed, destroyed by Pippin and Perrin, that was lifting up, stops lifting up and begins to slowly extend this. It looks kind of the best description I could make is deformed, because it has a much wider top than, it's this thin little wisp of funnel, this thin little wisp of funnel reaching back down to the ground.
It's obviously weak. Or at least far weaker than it was.
Yeah. And then you see the face in the sky. It's where it was, look of shock and pain, that fades, and those luminous red eyes affix their gaze upon the party.
All right, everyone, I think it's time we bust out a collaboration technique.
Which would be great if I actually had any built. And no surprise here, probably not going to do that this side of level 20.
I'm halfway tempted to poke you with the lightning arrow, turn to fire.
I still got charge.
Send
Does
out the
wind
arrows
crystal
yet?
How much does the wind crystal have left in it?
Well, hold on.
Leaf is still mid-firing arrows.
Sadly, lightning arrow only works on one arrow.
Sadly. Takes a whole bonus action, too.
Perrin, what is your armor class?
Right now, without armor, 14.
I am so confused. This is like a cinematic combat.
It is. It really kind of is.
This is epic.
I don't know. This is slowly losing an epicality as more people die. Speaking of which, I don't know how much longer I can stay awake for it.
Okay, we're actually almost done. So the gaze turns, and the eyes narrow as they are affixed to the party, and lancing out of those eyes are two crimson red lightning bolts that strike into Nestor and Perrin. Perrin, you're going to be taking 41 damage.
Ugh.
Can I cast Absorb Elements on him?
No, but I can do that myself.
Alright, so Perrin, you take 20 damage. Nestor does not have Absorb Elements and takes 62.
Oh, jeez.
Alright, I'm pissed.
And that funnel that is in front of the library, you actually kind of see it. You actually kind of see it turn and go into the door.
Oh no, you don't.
It is at this point, you hear this like creaking and groaning, and you hear wood splintering.
Stop. We're gonna kick that we're gonna kick that spinning windbag's ass back to the supercell it came from.
Except at this point, the whole of the whole of the library is sort of lifted off.
Oh, jeez.
And as it's being carried aloft, like it just begins to disintegrate.
Shoot it again.
You guys do. You start throwing everything you've got at it. Pippin is there firing beams. Leafa fires her ice arrow. Aaron just sort of slams the crystal onto the fire crystal onto Wind Reaper and is just firing just loosing arrows as fast as he can. And you see the clouds. You see the eyes narrow, and another funnel begins to form and sort of puts itself, it forms sideways. Like it comes down and quickly goes sideways and doesn't actually reach the ground. And you guys blast it and it evaporates. And then another one comes from the other side and you're blasting that. And it evaporates. And then a third one, like, half forms, coming straight down the middle. And you realize that this thing, it's not trying to stop you anymore. It's not trying to hurt you anymore. It's just it's shielding itself. It's shielding its face as though as you would with your arms or something.
Everything you've got.
And yeah, you guys are just laying into this thing, and you stop for 1 second because at this point now it's beginning to rain debris. Senku, you get a small bonk on the head as a book. Book lands on the top of your head and splashes into the mud. And rising up from the ground into the clouds, you see a familiar man wielding a glaive clad in black robes, and you see Bordon being lofted into the sky gently. It is at this point it begins, something very disturbing happens. And it begins to rain. But it takes you a second, but it's not rain, because as this hits, it doesn't hit the ground like normal rain. It hits with much more of a splat. And as it hits you, it feels sticky.
Blood.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Everyone can go ahead and make me perception checks.
20.
20 is
19.
good. 19 is good.
Gotta get my app up. Oh, 26.
26 is good. Pip, Leafa?
I have a feeling a lot of people died indirectly.
Wait, what? Am I doing something?
I need perception checks from Pippin and Leafa.
My bad. Pippin's got a 22.
Pass.
Leafa's got a 25.
Okay. So you guys look, and you sort of zero in on Bordon because Night Sever sticks out like a sore thumb, and they're sort of being carried aloft inside a funnel that is lifting into the clouds. And what really sticks out is that their weapons are not strapped to their backs; they're at their sides. On their backs, on each of their backs, is a massive book.
Oh no.
One black, one white.
No.
And they lift into the sky, and within seconds of you losing sight of them, the face in the clouds lets out one more peal of thunder, and no insight check needed. It sounds as though it's laughing at you.
Maxer is gonna start
How
growling.
far away are the people up in are Bordan and them?
They are out. They are
Probably
you saw-
more than 300 feet, man.
Yeah, you saw them lift up into the clouds, and then the image and the face in the sky billowed out thunder that kind of sounded like laughing. And within seconds of that, the clouds just
Oof.
evaporate.
Okay, so there's no time for anything.
There is no time for anything, and you don't see Bordon or the glaive wielder. One final proverbial nail in the coffin. Debris is still raining down among the chunks are parts of human remains.
This just got personal.
It's been personal.
And it is now 2 a.m., so that's where we're going to end it.
Yeah. Now you're gonna have a pissed off Daxor.
Oh, because Bryn wasn't a thing.
Oh, yep. That reminds him of Bryn.
Yep.
And now he's gonna be pissed off. Oh.
Still, even though they may have failed in protecting Thalicos, they did protect the citizens as best they could.
Well, you had a huge victory in Hakushin, securing not one but 2 crystals. That has to be followed by a big defeat.
Yeah. And, well, stories has to continue. I think this
Yeah.
was supposed to happen anyway, so nothing we could have done about it.
Pippin's like,
But still.
yeah, Pippin's like, yeah, I'm not standing out here in this rain. And next week he's far stepping inside. He's gonna go into hiding for a few hours.
Just goes back. He just goes back to the cell and just hides.
Locks himself in a random dark cell.
Yeah,
Wait, I thought you escaped. I never left.
That's not the cell we put you in.
By the way, in the cell, was that the real Captain Dark Eyes?
Yes.
Like, the actual Captain Dark Eyes, not the transmutation version of him.
Correct. So, yeah.
So we didn't assault the guard captain.
You didn't. He just made everyone think you did. That particular NPC was a bard with glibness, so the minimum he could roll on anything is a 15 before modifiers. He was
God.
very good at performance and deception.
But I saw
jeez.
through him.
Yeah, he was that was not a. He could have held his own in a fight against you guys, but he was not a. He's not a combat. That's not a combat NPC. He was not a combat NPC, and
Still, the fact that I managed to beat his his deception.
you rolled really poorly on that particular deception check, and you rolled really well.
It happens.
It does.
It does.
It threw me off. It threw me for a loop.
I'm gonna be dead honest. When he started like freaking out about the guy being fake back there, Pippin's like, "Dude, you're an idiot." I'm sitting here like, "No, he's a genius, Pippin, but you just can't see it."
So, I admit I did kind of put you guys on the railroad for this one, but
I loved it.
I hope it didn't feel too railroaded. And
No,
admittedly,
no.
Admittedly, you guys did influence things. You made that you made the cult work a whole lot harder than it expected to, and that's going to be reflected.
Not only did
in the future,
we demonstrated once again that even the cult that tried to put us out of action didn't succeed.
Well, they still succeeded. They got the tomes they wanted.
their objective was never to put you out of commission. Their objective, and everyone, and you especially, Junkyard, figured out that their objective was just to stall you to do this, to do exactly what they needed.
It was too perfect. I was onto it from the very beginning.
Well, that's why you have intelligence 20.
Indeed.
But
this is.
Am I?
Yeah.
No, I mean I was onto it from the beginning in real life.
So, am I to assume you guys had fun tonight?
Oh
Yeah.
hell yeah!
But mind you still got to play your character as the character.
I loved how Nestor's like, "Let us out of the cage." And Pippin's like, just.
But
You had
yeah,
fun too, Pat?
What was
But
that?
You had fun too, Pat?
yeah,
Awesome.
when Captain Dark Eyes,
I still
the real-
haven't gotten. Sorry.
when the real Captain Dark Eyes decides to when the real Captain Dark Eyes sees what's happened, he's going. I think he'll be impressed, even though we didn't succeed in our objective to stop the cult. We made him work hard. We put him through hell. That's a small victory right there. It might have been a huge defeat, but it was a Pyrrhic defeat.
Well,
And I'm pretty sure Nexter's like, I'm sorry about the library.
Like, the cult may have achieved victory, but it was a Pyrrhic victory.
yeah, there's still
Yep.
a few more loose ends to tie up here, which we'll have to settle for waiting for next Tuesday to do that. But
Right.
yeah, thrilled you guys had fun. Like I said, I admit I kind of put you guys on the railroad. I will say your early decisions made it a whole lot easier.
Mhm.
I like how you're like flaunts thieves' tools, Pippin. I don't see it. Everybody. Oh no. I still don't see it. Oh, what are these? And it doesn't even open the door. It's an extra half hour of just blabbering and talking before we finally open the door.
But yeah, basically, that whole mutters in Deku.
Yes, that was funny. That was deeply amusing.
That was
Like,
in that.
Senku pacing the floor.
Well,
I'm gonna
Anyway,
get myself going.
indeed, as am I.
So,
you've got to get going too, Thunder.
I might hop onto VR for a
Well,
little bit.
yeah, I'm getting off for the night because I want to get some sleep. And I'll
okay.
be
Well,
resetting my schedule because it just works out better for Kayla and I if I wake up early with her.
Yep.
But are you off tomorrow, Sen?
I am, yes.
Sometime tomorrow, I do have Borderlands 2 reinstalled.
Sweet. We can have. I wouldn't mind shooting up some
Yay!
bandits.
I'd love to.
Also,
Okay.
Thunder, what are your hours tomorrow?
Just new beginnings tomorrow, so I should be available after like 2:30 or so.
Oh,
I
awesome.
Yeah.
don't have a schedule, but unfortunately, I also don't have Borderlands.
I was curious for another reason.
Oh.
So I will let you guys go. Sleep well, and I'll talk to you. I expect I'll talk to everybody far sooner than next Tuesday. So
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, see ya. And
See ya.
as always, out of the ballpark, dog.
I appreciate
Okay.
What?
What?
You know, I'm just gonna go. I don't understand. I'm too tired to understand.
he means
ya.
my storytelling. I knocked it out of the park.
God, shoot. I'm too tired. I'm going to bed. Y'all have a good night.
Good night, Pip.
Adios.
Night, Sen.
Sleep well.
Good night, Senku.
Since it's just you and I, Thunder, I did have a question I wanted to bounce off you. I have permission from Star Prime to do a little Star Trek themed quasi roleplay mission in SE with you and Thunder, and I was wondering if you'd be down for that tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, sure.
Sweet. And or, the mission that we have in our survival world with that pirate fortress. But I'll pitch that tomorrow, and we'll see what we can do.
Definitely.
One way or another. I'm hoping the three of us can do some space engineers.
Indeed.
All right. Then I will get going, and I'll talk to you soon.
Goodbye, buddy. Good night.